Welcome! Welcome, everyone, to March for Science Earth Day 2017! Who's ready to march for science? And that's what I'm talking about. My name is Derek Muller. I'm the creator of a YouTube channel called Veritasium. That's right. You know, a question I get asked a lot is, how did you first get interested in science? For me, that's a bit of a weird question. It's like asking, when did you first get interested in the truth? When did you first get interested in learning about how the world works? In understanding the greatest discoveries the human mind has ever made? I have always been interested in that. Isn't everyone? Now let me tell you, science has changed the world inarguably for the better. And sometimes that's about just harnessing new energy sources, like when we first discovered fossil fuels, or nuclear energy. But science has also shown us that those technologies can be damaging to the environment and to ourselves. And we can't just accept the science that makes our lives better while ignoring the science that assesses its implications. That's what I'm talking about. We have to accept science in its entirety. I am here today because I embrace all of science, not just out of some blind belief, right? Not just because it appeals to me, but because it is fundamentally based on rigorously testable, verifiable evidence. And you know what I think? I think we are all better off when we base our decisions on evidence rather than hope, opinion, or belief. Thank you.
Good morning, science lovers! My name is Cara Santa Maria, and I am a scientist turned science communicator. After spending many years in the lab, I decided to dedicate myself full-time to improving science literacy. And I have to say, the best job in the world. I get to cover everything from brain surgery to rocket science and share those important stories of discovery and innovation. And guys, I am honored to be joining you here today for this momentous occasion. You know, Earth Day was founded nearly half a century ago, and over 1 billion people take action each year to continue its great legacy. But today is special. Today, we are making history. We are at a critical juncture. Science is under attack. The very idea of evidence and logic and reason is being threatened by individuals and interests with the power to do real harm. We are gathered here today to fight for science. We are gathered to fight for education, to fight for knowledge, and to fight for planet Earth. Today at March for Science Earth Day 2017, we, each and every one of us, are making a difference. Guys, it's an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, DC. Thank you. My name is Questlove, and obviously, I'm no scientist, but I love science. And in my work as a musician, I use science all the time. Specifically, I use technology, from recording technology to communication technology. But today, we're here to talk about science more broadly. And we're here to talk about what science is at its heart. The analytical approach, the respect for facts, research, and the willingness to set aside outdated beliefs when new information appears. And the rational scientific thought gets us out of the highest corners into the most open, wide spaces. And it's important to remember this because many people, that guy over there, and yeah, by the way, he's actually over there. Hi. Anyway, you know, many people seem to be forgetting, you know, those facts, and it's been frustrating to watch as certain forces in our society try to squelch science, or their refusal to believe in it, or propose alternative realities and facts, alternative facts, whatever that bullshit is. Anyway, all this works against science, and we need to work for science. And more than that, we need to make sure that science belongs to the people. And science needs to be out in the open, out in the streets, and it should be confined to the ivory towers and secret labs, or, you know, to one side of the political spectrum, or to one part of the world. We all need it. We need science to turn the present into the future. And that's why I'm here today, to be part of this March on Science on Earth Day. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce back to the stage one of the greatest late-night band hosts. Yes, I'm pandering. Can I get a job? No, I'm playing. This is John Baptiste and Stay Human. Let's take this to higher ground. Thank you. Thank you.
Everybody put your hand together right here now.
said, now shoot up. Said, now shoot up.
Where you going with that, John? Where you going with that?
I said, now shoot up.
All right.
I said, now shoot up. I said, now shoot up. Yeah. Shoot up. Everybody loves science. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Shoot up. Everybody that loves facts and truth, say yeah. Shoot up. Shoot up. Everybody that wants to see it change, say yeah. Yeah. Shoot up. Oh, shoot up. Let's break it down. Shoot up. Let's break it down. Shoot up. Shoot up.
You gotta believe. You gotta come together. Love one another. Standing for the truth. Standing for the truth. If you love it, say yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Wasn't that amazing? All right, now I want you to think about your first ever memory of science. Maybe it was on a day like today, digging around in the mud for worms, or skipping a rock across a pond, or flying a kite. But for many of us, our passion for science started in the classroom. Like the first time you ever looked through a microscope, or when you made a baking soda volcano. Who better to kick us off than a science teacher? But before we welcome to the stage our first speaker of the day, I'd like to check out what our science communicator, Kara Santa Maria, is up to over at the Teach In tents. Take it away, Kara.
Okay, now I'll do it. Thanks so much, Derek. All right, I am here at the Teach-In tents with David Pine, who coordinates all of this. David, these teach-ins have a long and rich history with Earth Day, don't they?
They do. Going back 47 years, teach-ins were actually the beginning of Earth Day, having people learn all about what's happening on the planet. And we have amazing sessions here today.
Tell me about some of those sessions.
Oh, we've got astrophysicists talking about climate in the cosmos. We've got science moles. We've got, for kids, we've got all kinds of experiments, and just really brilliant people talking about what people can do in their own communities.
So can I go participate?
You can. You can. Did you register?
Maybe.
Okay, well, you can do that too.
All right, great. Well, I'm really excited to hear from our very first speaker, Dr. Tyler DeWitt.
Hello, March for Science! What an honor to be here. But let me be a buzzkill and tell you about one of the most heartbreaking things I ever saw as a scientist. It is Science Outreach Day at a university, okay? And I see this little girl. She's probably 6 or 7 years old. She is so excited. She even shows up wearing a tiny lab coat. Yeah, right? And she asks, do you study bacteria here? I think they're awesome. They're so tiny, but they're alive. And a grad student looks at her and says, well, we do maintain some bacterial cultures in the lab, but we primarily use them as protein expression systems. And you should have seen the look on that girl's face. In 10 seconds, she learned science is confusing. Science isn't friendly. And there might not be a place in science for someone who looks like her. Times are tough for science, no doubt about that. As scientists, we need to communicate the tremendous value of what we do. But we can't talk like that grad student, because that 6-year-old girl might grow up feeling alienated from science, and she might choose as an adult to reject it right back. If you care about science, if you do science, I beg you, explain what you do and why it's important. But ditch the jargon. Make an effort. Make it understandable. Make people care. Talk to them, not at them. No matter what their age. Talk to them at the supermarket, at the dinner party. This stuff matters. We cannot complain about slashed funding if we can't tell taxpayers why science matters. And we cannot criticize a public that refuses to accept scientific consensus if we can't explain our work in a way that others can understand. Science depends on this. Thank you.
Hi, March for Science. How you doing today? And so I want to ask you guys a few questions. Do you shop online at Amazon? Do you use Google at least 10 times a day? Do you share pictures on Instagram? Well, all these technologies would not be possible without computer science. Computer science is the backbone of all the technology that we use today. My name is Kavi Kaparapu. I'm 16 years old, and I'm a junior at Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology. And I'm here today for the future of computer science. Computer science is at the forefront of every field. So why don't we have an emphasis on computer science education? Only 40% of our schools offer computer science, which means you do the math, we're missing 60% of our future Bill Gates, future Mark Zuckerbergs, and future innovation. To compete as a country, we need to compute. Without computer science, our economy would come to a halt. Innovation in medicine would cease. Our space program would not exist. Hope for a greener future would be crushed. Computer science is the foundation for the future. It's a future of robotic surgeries, driverless cars, artificial intelligence, virtual reality. And women should be the driving force of this future innovation. Computer science is for all. That's why I founded Girls Computing League. It's a nonprofit that empowers girls to pursue computer science in middle and high school. We need more girls in computer science. We need more diversity in computer science. In my future career, I don't want to be known as a girl that happens to be a computer scientist. I want to be known as a computer scientist that happens to be a girl. Today, I am marching for computer science to be for all ages, all genders, and all races. Today, I am marching for computer science for all. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Taylor Richardson, and I live in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm 13 years old, and I'm not just a black girl who's interested in STEM, but I'm a black girl who rocks STEM. I will be an engineer, a scientist, and an astronaut, and will eventually go to Mars. I'm marching because I want all girls, especially girls of color, to know that they can be a part of STEM and even be leaders in STEM. But like Muhammad Ali said, you better get used to me. Yes, you better get used to us girls and women because we're not going anywhere. Science is not a boys' game. It is not a girls' game. It's an everyone's game. I want girls to know we can educate each other and advocate for legislation to support science and engage others in our community. I stand here on the shoulders of giants. To mathematician Katherine Johnson, who helped us go to the moon. Rocket scientist Annie Easley, Dr. Mae Jemison, the first African-American woman in space. And won't be the last. Thank you.
Hello, kids, and grown-up kids too. I'm Andrea Beatty, and I'm the author of Rosie Revere, Engineer, and Ada Twist, Scientist. Thank you. So, I just want to say hooray for every kid out here today. But there's a job you need to do, and I hope adults will try this too. To start, you read everything, whatever you can find. You'll get smarter and much kinder as you expand your mind. Then question everything. We must all get in the act of seeking truth by learning how to sort fiction from fact. Then think. Then do them all again. Read, question, think. Read, question, think. That's your job, my friend. It's how you'll find your superpower and your most amazing you, and how you'll help other kids find their superpowers too. Read, question, think. Read, question, think. Imagine what you might be. A scientist or engineer, a climatology pioneer, a teacher, a librarian, an anthropologist. Big anthropology crowd here today. A filmmaker, a judge, a chef, an ichthyologist. Perhaps you'll be a poet writing songs about the stars. Perhaps you'll be an astronaut dancing off to Mars. But you will be a better citizen, and perhaps a leader too. And who knows, you might live in that White House by the time that you are through. Thank you.
March for Science! March for Science! My name is Gene Wong. I'm with the League of Extraordinary Scientists and Engineers. You know what that is? We bring science into classrooms. We are here today because we are passionate for pushing science forward. We are passionate for pushing science and what science is. We are passionate about what science means to the future of everything. Everything. We are passionate about facts. We are passionate about a data-driven society to deliver the best possible future. I'm here today to give you a call to action. To make this happen, we are all needed, and we all have a role to play. For instance, I'm basically the bus driver for much bigger brains than my own. That's my job. In San Diego, California, I bring local scientists and engineers right into the front of local classrooms to teach their passion for their kind of science. We at LXS know that sciencing, can you say sciencing? That is the ultimate verb to get kids to be creative and innovative and deliver us into the best future possible. The solution is not external from us here today. The solution is all of us. All of us here in DC, all of us around the country. Shout out to San Diego, California, March for Science. Woo! Wake up, guys. Get off the surf. Get into the march. We are the change we've been waiting for. it's up to us here today, passionate enough to march for science, to keep marching next week and every week into the classrooms, and inspire the future. Stay curious and keep on sciencing.
I'm a scientist, and I've devoted my entire life to big environmental issues like climate change or feeding the world without destroying it. But lately, I work at the California Academy of Sciences, where we're working on sharing the power and wonder of science and sustainability with people throughout the world.
Across the nation, hundreds of thousands of people are marching today to show their support for science and to oppose the attacks on scientists who work every single day to keep us safe, healthy, and secure. Some people are going to say we're politicizing science, but we're not. We're defending it. We're defending science because scientists work every day to defend us. And what's at stake here today is bigger than science. It's about safeguarding our nation. It's about ensuring the health of our children. It's about building a better future. And for a lot of us, it's personal. It's about our friends, our neighbors, the people we love. Now take a look at the science that's under attack. They're specifically targeting science that protects our health, our safety, and the environment. Science that protects the most vulnerable among us. And make no mistake, these attacks are serious. Some people will suffer. Some could even die. So when those politicians try to take away the science that protects people from harm, that's not ordinary politics. That's oppression. And when they muzzle scientists, censoring their work and trying to keep us all in the dark, that's not politics, that's oppression. And when the programs that keep our air clean, our water safe, our children and our planet secure are targeted for elimination, that's not politics, that's oppression. Now I know this seems like a dark time with science under attack and our health, safety, and security being compromised every day. But I believe that we will prevail, and this will be our finest hour. Yeah. And I believe that because of you. Because right here today, hundreds of thousands of people are standing up for science in the rain and standing up for the people you love. Thanks to you, science will become stronger than ever, and will become the light that guides us to a better world, a world where everybody's going to thrive. And thanks to you, we can build that better world, a world where hope, freedom, and science will win out over fear and oppression. Thank you.
When I was 15 months old. I am lucky to be alive today, and I have science to thank for that. The vaccine for that disease was developed after I had the disease. The only impact on my life was that I got deaf. I am thrilled to be here today in honor of science. We are celebrating science, and we are celebrating the fact that everyone brings their own unique perspective to how we do science. Deaf people are visual learners. There are studies being done right now by deaf scientists on bird songs. They're not listening to the songs, they're looking at visual readouts on computer screens and studying the songs through visual technology. That's the kind of impact that deaf scientists can have on our world. The person who is the father of the internet was a deaf person. The person who developed the Harvard classification system for stars was a deaf person. There are research scientists from all kinds of backgrounds. We are studying all kinds of things, including the Gallaudet 11, who were men who were deaf and therefore could not get motion sickness, and were studied by NASA and figured out how we could send people to space safely. These are the kind of contributions that diverse people can make. Deaf scientists are studying basic science in all kinds of fields. Environmental science, the impacts of humans on our climate, including my research on the river system here in Washington,
Lots of big sciencey words.
looking at how to reduce pollution
School boards.
and make our water systems safe.
Science is the way of the future.
We want to make global changes.
We can't vote.
And we can do that through diverse perspectives in science. No matter who we are, no matter where we are, science benefits from our entire community. Science benefits from diverse perspectives and diverse beings. Thank you.
As members of the March for Science's student outreach team, we're sending an open letter to the school board members and administrators who run our education system.
Here's what we're telling them. We recognize the importance of schools in fostering a place for students to build a strong background in science. As high school students, we appreciate the role of schools in encouraging our growth as future scientists and people who appreciate scientific thinking. In today's world, it is of paramount importance that the value of science and fact-based education is not up for debate. Policy decisions based on suspicion and prejudice and a refusal to see the world cannot be allowed in any domain of modern society, whether in the classroom or in Congress.
Encouraging these ideas is the responsibility of every school. Several significant educational organizations have already stepped up and partnered with us. We now look to you, the heads of the schools that we attend, to join us.
As we march, we ask for only 3 things from you: that you talk to your student body, staff, and organizations about the march, and that you reach out to your students, faculty, and community members to encourage them to engage in scientific learning and advocacy. That you allow and encourage discussion about how science affects all of our lives, including through policy.
We hope that you use your position to inform students and to motivate them to exercise their rights. This is an exceptional opportunity for students to apply the knowledge they learned in their science classes and their civics classes to take an active role in democracy. We cannot vote, not yet.
But we will be heard.
Y'all still with us? How y'all doing? Give it up for those the March of Science teams, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep this energy going. The vibe positive, and we're feeling good. To help us along with that, please put your hands together for some more music from John Baptiste and Stay Human. So, am I still speaking? Yeah. So we're going to bring this back now, way back to a time that was so ahead of its time musically that many still have not caught up and are sampling this band from every form of music, from hip hop to even country music. Okay. The next artist joining John Baptiste and Stay Human is personally one of my all-time favorite horn players. He's definitely one of the great band leaders of all time. He is the forefather of funk. Say funk, y'all, funk. He's still setting standards for us all. He's an American and jazz icon of funk trombonist, best known for his work with James Brown in the 60s and 70s, as well as Parliament Funkadelic in the second half of the 70s. In 2015, he was inducted into the Alabama Jazz Hall of Fame. Everyone, please welcome to the stage the three greatest words in soul music. Hit me, Fred. Welcome to the stage, Funky Fred Wesley.
Hit me, Fred. Everybody come out and have a good time tonight. Yeah. All right. So everybody come to have a real good time. Oh, yeah. Let's get together and have a funky good time. We're gonna have a funky good time. Gonna have a funky good time. We're gonna have a funky good time. Gonna have a funky good time. We're gonna take you high. Take you Let's give a big round of applause for Eddie. Go ahead, Eddie. Come on, Eddie. Come on, get down for us, Eddie. Come on.
Well, wait a minute, Fred. I can't get down unless we're in D.
D? D?
Yeah, I said D. I gotta get down in D.
Down D.
Down D.
Funky D.
Funky D.
Dirty D.
Dirty D.
Well, let's go to D then. next tune is a tune that I wrote. It really was a gift from God, because I have nothing in my educational background or my psychic background to write this tune. This is a tune called Peace View. John?
How's everyone feeling? You know what I love about science? It's made the modern world what it is. Satellites, the internet, a device in your pocket that can take a picture, connect you to all human knowledge, and just maybe allow you to make a phone call. That's right. And all of these technologies began with basic, fundamental scientific research. And all basic scientific research begins with a question. A question like, how unique is our place in the universe? That led us to build a telescope and launch it into space. That's right. We needed science to know how to do that, right? And then we discovered thousands of planets orbiting distant stars. You know it. Science literally allows us to discover new worlds while simultaneously revolutionizing our own world. Our next group of speakers embodies that spirit, so please join me in welcoming each and every one of them, starting with the third ever Chief Technology Officer of the United States, Megan Smith.
Hello, people. It's so awesome to be with all of you, my science people. It's a team sport that we play. Let me see your signs. Awesome. You know, it's people who do things, and we do science and technology. One of my things that I love to think about is history. And Churchill says, the farther back you can look, the farther forward you will see. And here in Washington, right next to the Washington Monument, I want to bring President Washington to us. Because in his very first State of the Union address in 1790 to Congress, he said, there is nothing which better deserves your patronage than the promotion of science and literature. Knowledge in every country is the surest basis of public happiness. And so President Washington and Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, on the very first coin of the United States of America, what did they write? They wrote liberty, the parent of science and industry. So the legacy of America is science and technology, and we are the inventors and we are the makers of these things together with our colleagues around the planet. So today we're back on the mall with a march. I brought my pink hat, but I also brought my pink lab glasses. And so what are we doing? My call to you is let's lift the hidden figures of all of the badass women, men, people of all ages. We've got our Mars Generation youth here. We've got our elders. We've got our indigenous teams. The Hokulea will be home to Hawaii. And so I want us to all know, let's fight cynicism. Let's lift each other up. And let's go solve the hardest problems in the world together. The universe doesn't separate the subjects. It's not like there's technical people and non-technical people. It's just us. It's just us connected. So let's use that internet to work together, collaborate, and let's make sure that we get this government to lift up and support science, technology funding, and all of you to solve the things that we would solve together. Thank you. Go science.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jessica Ware, and I'm here representing Rutgers University, Newark, and I'm a member of the Entomological Society of America. I'm an evolutionary biologist and an entomologist. Evolution. Evolutionary biology and entomology, which is the study of insects, are disciplines for everyone. I'm a single mom to 2 children. I'm a black female punk rocker with an LGBT family. My son and my identical twin are transgender, and I belong here. I belong in science. I'm part of a global community of entomologists and evolutionary biologists. The study of insects is by definition international, global, and collaborative. Insects don't see borders, and they can cross walls. The Entomological Society of America is the largest insect science organization in the world, and we seek to improve the lives of the world's citizens by promoting biological diversity and developing safer food production. We're working to save pollinators while limiting pests and vectors of disease. We need to fund integrated pest management, which is an aspect of entomology that ensures food safety for humanity. Entomology is a vital science, and we seek to unravel past and current patterns of biodiversity and mediate threats to human health, like Zika, malaria, dengue, yellow fever, and chikungunya. Evolutionary biologists seek to understand which species are found where and why, and we need to continue to fund evolutionary study through the maintenance and growth of natural history collections and museums, through funding field expeditions to go out and describe new species before they go extinct. We must teach our children to understand evolution. We must teach them to appreciate and love insects and arachnids. They are truly fascinating forms of life. They are always interesting, sometimes ugly, sometimes beautiful, but never boring. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Megan Duffy from the University of Michigan. 1.5 million people die from fungal infections each year, 3 times the number that die from breast cancer. At present, options for treating these infections are extremely limited. Surprisingly, by studying Daphnia, tiny shrimp-like creatures that live in lakes, my lab might have discovered new drugs to treat fungal infections in humans. My father is a retired New York City firefighter. When I talk about my research, he often asks, but how is this going to help people? My answer has tended to be, probably won't, at least not directly. I was wrong. Daphnia might teach us how to fight fungal infections in people. I began studying Daphnia because they are key links in lake food webs. As we studied Daphnia and their parasites, we were surprised to find some chemicals that prevented fungal infections in Daphnia. We are now testing to see if they also work against fungi that cause devastating infections in humans. This is how basic research works. Working on a topic with seemingly no direct relevance to humans can lead to breakthroughs that have enormous unanticipated impacts. This isn't just a story about the value of basic research, though. It's also a story about the importance of diversity in science. My student who led this research is in a federally supported program that aims to train a more diverse pool of scientists. She is addressing questions that no one thought to ask before and getting incredibly exciting results. It's too early to know if my student's work will give us the next big drug to treat fungal infections in people, but it is already abundantly clear that science is stronger because of her ideas and her research. To paraphrase Dr. Mark Schlissel, the president of the University of Michigan, talent is evenly distributed in society, but at present, opportunity is not. Science will progress further and faster if participation is broad, with people from all backgrounds able to contribute their ideas and talents to science. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kellen, and I'm here representing public health. When I say public, you say health. Public health, public health. Woo! We all know that science is about data, but we need to remember that data tell stories. We all have a story. My story is that I'm a public health geek and a policy wonk. I'm also a queer transgender man. And science helps make sure my community and I are counted, and we count in decisions that affect our lives. Science is about all of us. It's my friend Amy, a bench scientist who's working to break new ground in the treatment of diabetes. Science is my mother, a citizen scientist who contributes the data from her backyard bird feeder, Cornell Lab of Ornithology. And science is my fellow PhD students at the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. Woo! Who do research to inform policy decisions like the Affordable Care Act to ensure we all have the right to good health. But it's not enough to collect data. We need to share it. Advocacy is not a dirty word. Science is objective, but science is not neutral. The poet Dante wrote that the hottest places in hell are reserved for those who remain neutral in times of moral crisis. We cannot pretend we are above the fray. Science is objective, but it's not neutral. As scientists, as human beings, our mandate is clear. It's for each of us to stand up for what we know to be true and to stand together when working to shape a future in which we can all thrive. Thank you. Public health!
Hi, I'm Dorothy Jones-Davis, and I'm the proud executive director of Nation of Makers. As humans, we are born curious. We are built to explore, to hack the world around us in an attempt to understand it. It is in our very DNA to try to use science to improve our lives, to help one another, to make each generation better than the one before it. From birth, a spark is born within us that calls us to be makers, doers, agents of change. And science, engineering, and art, they are the medium by which we make sense of this amazing world we live in. They are the medium by which we elicit this change. They allow us to observe, record, analyze, ideate, innovate, iterate, improve our world, and communicate the power of our creations. But without that medium, we are drained of our spark. So how do we set fire to our spark? How do we create a true nation of makers, doers, agents of change? We start by prioritizing funding for hands-on STEM experiences for our youth, by supporting the arts and creative thinking as a key component to inventing our futures. And by prioritizing funding for research that will lead to the cures, the future technologies that will impact our world for years to come. And the cautionary tale is this, that if you do not prioritize these things, if you believe that the road to a prosperous future for America and the human race is paved without a foundation of science, technology, engineering, arts, and the math, you will find yourself with no road at all. If humanity runs out of its spark, if innovation is impossible, and if people are unable to conceive of solutions to sustain ourselves, our culture and our earth will be lost. There will be no road to the future. So let us stand today as members of the human race, a nation of scientists, innovators, and makers in solidarity to prioritize our future. Let us say yes to science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. Yes to federal funding and innovation on this Earth Day. Yes to the Earth, and yes to a brighter future. Thank you.
Go objective reality. I'm Sean Otto, author of The War on Science. 12 score years ago, Thomas Jefferson crafted the Declaration of Independence to create a new form of government. Being a scientist, Jefferson turned for inspiration to Francis Bacon, Isaac Newton, and John Locke, and he synthesized their thinking into a powerful but simple idea. If any one of us can discover the truth of something for him or herself, then no king, no pope, and no wealthy lord is more entitled to govern than we are ourselves. We're gathered here today to defend this fundamental principle, to tell our elected leaders that attacking science is attacking democracy. Denying science is denying democracy. And rejecting science is rejecting democracy. The greatest freedom and the greatest equality come not from the PR campaigns of wealthy corporations, nor from the demands of impassioned ideologues, but from public policies based on on evidence. So we say to our elected leaders, the war on science must end. The evidence shows that global warming is real, that vaccines do not cause autism, that research drives prosperity, that there are no such things as alternative facts, and that if you want America to succeed, Donald Trump, you can't lead it with your brain tied behind your back. We ask you to heed the words of George Washington that there is nothing, as Megan Smith said, which can better deserve your patronage than the promotion of science and literature. Knowledge is in every country the surest basis of public happiness. We march to challenge you to reclaim America's role as the world leader of evidence-based public policy and thereby rebend the mark of the moral universe back towards liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Hello, science lovers. And a special say-go to all the members of the American Indian Science and Engineering Society, observers of nature, water protectors, and defenders of Mother Earth. I'm Mary Jo Andrekin, professor of chemistry at Northeastern University, a Mohawk and a scientist. My research group and I work on interpreting the genome and on understanding how enzymes work. And where does this take us? To finding new ways to prevent and treat disease, to developing renewable energy systems, to designing new ways to make chemicals that are friendlier to the planet. We are also training our young people for the jobs of today and tomorrow. There is growing global demand for solutions in medical technology, clean energy, environmental protection, and biological and cyber threat detection. Innovations mean new industries and new jobs. The United States can and should be the world leader in these innovations, but this depends on investment today in scientific research and education, in the NSF and the NIH. To all the students of science, maybe it's discouraging to know that some of our national leaders today do not believe in what we as scientists are doing. But I promise you, we will prevail. The need for science innovation is critical. We will work to elect leaders who understand that scientific discovery is vital to national security, health, job growth, and the planet. We, like my native ancestors, believe in science, and in science, the truth wins. Thank you.
Bonjour, Anin, Sego. In the original languages of this country, I bring you greetings. And I carry with me this morning the voices of nearly 2,000 Indigenous scientists, allies, scholars, elders from all over the globe who have signed the Indigenous Science Declaration. Let us remember that long before Western science came to these shores, there were Indigenous scientists here, native astronomers, geneticists, botanists, engineers, and we are still here.
Let us celebrate Indigenous science that promotes the flourishing of both humans and the beings with whom we share the planet. Indigenous science provides not only a wealth of factual knowledge, but a powerful paradigm to understand the world and our relation to it. Embedded in cultures of respect, of reciprocity and reverence, Indigenous science couples knowledge to responsibility. Indigenous science supports society aligned with ecological principles, not against it. It is ancient and it is urgent. Western science is a powerful approach. It's not the only one. Let's march not just for science, but for sciences.
Okay. Y'all still with me? What a great group of speakers. Let's give them all a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so you know, like most, I'm a fan of the sun and the sunshine. The rain and the snow too, and all the beautiful people that it enables to live here on Earth. And one of those lovely creatures is the wonderfully talented, soulful, mezzo-soprano vocalist, Cam Franklin, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Cam Franklin. Also, joining John Baptiste and Stay Human to help the world a little bit, even though we're under the weather right now, is the legendary singer and bassist from the legendary Meters, George Porter Jr. Let's take it away, y'all.
Everybody put your hand in there. Oh, 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 hey. Oh, we're gonna give him the funk. Give him the funk. Come on, George. Give him the funk. Kick it. Give him the funk. Kick it. Huh, huh, huh. One, two, three, four. Been under the weather. I'm not feeling too good myself. The world is a little bit under the weather. I'm not feeling too good myself. The world is a little bit under the weather. I'm not feeling too good myself. The world is a little bit under the weather. Yeah, I'm not feeling too good myself. Evolution, gotta be a health solution. Inflation, the war between our nations. Yeah. Under the weather, I'm not feeling too good myself. The world is a little bit under the weather. I'm not feeling too good myself. Choo-doo, 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 choo-doo. Evolution,
good myself. Well, a little bit under the weather. Under the weather. I'm not feeling too good myself. Yeah, a little bit under the weather. I'm not feeling too good myself. It's a little we all ask for you. We all ask for you. And they all ask for you. We're asking for you, Orange. Ask for you. They all ask for you. They all ask for you. They all ask for you. quarter, y'all.
Wow, I love what I'm seeing. Is that on? Thank you to everyone here, braving the rain to celebrate this March for Science Earth Day. You know what? Some people say that science shouldn't be politicized, okay? But let me tell you something. Science is inherently political. Let me tell you why. Because when science uncovers toxins in drinking water, policy must be made to fix it. When science uncovers pollutants that destroy the ozone layer, policy must be made to fix it. And when science uncovers that slightly more of a colorless, odorless gas is causing us to trap slightly more heat from the sun, and that is changing the climate, policy must be made to fix it. So that's why I'm here, because when policymakers base their decisions on the best, most rigorously conducted scientific research, we all stand to benefit. Our next group of speakers is striving to become even more involved in that decision-making process all around the world. And these decisions will benefit everyone here today, and most importantly, for future generations. And inspiring our youth to be more active and engaged in science at the earliest age possible will move our society forward. Now, Kara is with some of our future decision makers right now. Kara?
Well, guys, I really have faith in the future looking at all the inspirational kids that have come out today. And I want to start here with Matthew. I see that you brought an important sign. Why don't you tell me about it?
So these are the Yellowstone grizzlies. Because of climate change, they're moving out of the Yellowstone National Park, and people are going to be shooting them. And I'm trying to devote my life to stop animals from being poached and climate change to be stopped.
That's a really, really important cause. Wow, I'm just blown away. And we've got Diana here who built her own robot. Diana, tell me about this.
I made a robot for BattleBots. I'm going to enter at the Franklin Institute for a junior AntBot competition, and I can lift its hand up. This is its weapon. It flips the robot up. We're still working on, so if it's go upside down, it can go up and flip over. So that's my robot, and its name is Count Olaf from Sears of Fortunate Events.
Count Olaf, I am so impressed. Well, guys, I want to be like these kids when I grow up because I'm blown away. And our next speaker will blow you away as well. Here she is, Lydia Via Komarov.
I am a curious person, and I am a scientist. Scientists seek to answer why by seeking facts, facts that can be tested and verified. We believe that evidence must be reproducible. We believe in the power of doubt. We are comfortable with uncertainty. Science touches all aspects of modern life. Fundamental basic science has made possible the cars we drive, the houses we live in, the clothes we wear, our smartphones, our entertainment, the weapons that keep us safe. Basic science underlies the medical advances that allow us to lead longer, healthier lives. In the 70s, I was part of a diverse team that showed that insulin could be made in bacteria. Today, anyone who takes an insulin made by the methods that we and our competitors developed. This work was made possible because in the 50s and 60s, scientists sought to learn how certain bacteria resisted infection by certain viruses. That basic research was supported by the American Cancer Society and the federal government, despite the fact that there was little indication it had any relevance to human health. But that work led to the discovery of restriction enzymes, and that discovery made it possible to make insulin and other treatments in bacteria. And that made possible the birth of the biotechnology industry. Better health, better jobs, and some of those jobs don't require a PhD. This is one of many stories that illustrate the importance of science. Support for science has been declining for decades. Mr. President, members of the House and Senate, support our future, invest in science.
All right, next up, I am very, very excited to introduce you to a very important guest, a pioneering woman in science. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Nancy Roman. Dr. Roman was the chief of astronomy and solar physics at NASA in the 1960s. She was the first woman to hold an executive position at the space agency. And over her career, Dr. Roman was instrumental in launching 3 orbital solar observatories and 3 small astronomical satellites. She also played a central role in shaping the Hubble Space Telescope, earning her the nickname Mother Hubble. Thank you, Dr. Nancy Roman. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Women scientists rock, don't they? I'm from the American Public Health Association, and we represent thousands of public health professionals who practice science every day to keep people healthy and safe in our communities. Public health science is the heart of so many successes that have prolonged our lives and improved our well-being. Thanks to public health science, we use seat belts to prevent millions of crash-related injuries and fatalities every year. Thanks to public health science, we vaccinate our kids to protect them from deadly diseases. And thanks to public health science, we reduce the threat of secondhand tobacco smoke. A strong commitment to research is absolutely essential to crafting evidence-based solutions that protect us from serious health threats. You know, a nation that ignores science, that denies science, that underfunds science, does so at its own peril. We cannot allow this to happen. We need to support public health science and discovery that can deliver the answers to the questions essential to improving our nation's health. We need to ensure that data and evidence drive policymaking, not uninformed ideology. And we need to appoint and support health researchers and program leaders who are the highest quality to lead our national and local efforts. And we need to support global research efforts. You know, threats to human health do not recognize borders. Neither should our work to solve these problems. America is the innovation leader of the world, and we should continue to act like it. Thank you.
And I'm an MD PhD student at Case Western Reserve University. I'm also a Latina and a first-generation scientist in my family. As a scientist, I know that a breakthrough in the lab can be a new way to help people. But too often, major institutions, including pharmaceutical companies, prioritize profits over lives. The prices that some companies charge for essential, life-saving medicine leave many people unable to live. So we as scientists need to recognize our unique responsibility and take power and take action. And that's why I helped establish an organization called Universities Allied for Essential Medicines that pushes universities to ensure the cures that their scientists discover are available at prices that people can afford. So at least 10 million people die globally every year because they do not have the access to the medicines they need. And this suffering is preventable. No one should be sick because they are poor or poor because they are sick. So at Yale's campus, at Yale University's campus, we've secured a massive price reduction in an HIV medication, allowing humanitarian organizations to treat people living with HIV in South Africa for the first time. This year, UAEM students successfully campaigned at Johns Hopkins University to ensure that a new promising TB tuberculosis drug will be affordable for patients. Universities are where at least 60% of the most novel first-in-class discoveries in biomedical research are made, and they are funded by your taxpayer dollars, and that research doesn't save lives if people can't afford the results. Join us this weekend, and at a follow-up action tomorrow, go to uaem.org or find UAEM on Twitter. We are urging the NIH to ensure affordable access to publicly funded medicines. Too often, scientists accept the results our medical system gives us, but that system doesn't exist without us. We have the power to make it better. It is up to us. Join us. If not us, then who? Thank you so much for your attention.
Hello, my name is Eric Jarvis, and I'm a neuroscientist. Go the brains! I'm glad to join with you today as we make history in the first ever march for science in our nation and in the world. It is science that has given us cures for disease, a better understanding of our planet, of our universe, and ourselves. These scientific benefits to society would not have occurred without government support. Yet, we live in a time where the support and the fundamental principles of science are being challenged, where ideological opinions overrides evidence, where you know something is really wrong when people from around the world must form a protest march for science, and even in the rain. Yes. Science has always received bipartisan congressional support, and I am such an example where such support has made a difference. I am a professor of brain research and genetics at the Rockefeller University, Hunter College, Duke University, and the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. I have advised over 100 students and staff in my career. Many now run their own laboratories. Some have become politicians. Some have gone into the pharmaceutical industries to make the medicines that heal you. Others have become doctors and treat you and your loved ones in your hospitals. But I did not begin that way. I'm an African American raised in poor neighborhoods of New York City. It was the diversity programs of Congress to the National Institutes of Health that gave me the opportunity to become a scientist and give back to you. Congress gave me and the people I have trained the opportunity to contribute to this society. And the very words of language that I am giving you here today. So, to wrap it up, because they're making me wrap it up, all right? If 4 or more years goes by without this funding, we will miss the critical period years to train students and lose the scientists of tomorrow. You do not get a second chance. If 4 or more years goes by without such funding, it will end many people's jobs and careers.
up in India, as a kid, I couldn't afford a microscope. So one day, I tried to make one by stealing my brother's eyeglasses. Not a good idea. 30 years on, I'm still making microscopes. Now, I make affordable scientific tools for everyone. Just last year alone, we shipped 50,000 microscopes to kids around the world. I share these with community workers, health workers that are fighting diseases like malaria and schistosomiasis with absolutely no resources. I share them with kids who are passionate and curious about science, curious about why pollen flies. How far does a mosquito fly? We are all born curious. Science gives us the capacity to turn that curiosity into questions. Questions anyone can ask, anyone can answer. As we celebrate and march today, I want us all to promise that we will make science accessible to everyone. Let's make science and scientific literacy a human right. Let's make it affordable to not just the people who can pay for it, but for 1 billion kids who can't. The tingling feeling that you have when you make your first discovery, it's worth passing on. It's worth passing on to the kids because all the problems that we face, climate change, biodiversity loss, and healthcare access to 1 billion people that's missing, the answers to them might lie in the sparkle of the kids that are here today. Thank you.
Hello, Washington. You may have seen TV shows with police in lab coats who quickly and easily develop new techniques to solve crimes. Well, reality is a bit different from TV, and I'm here to talk to you about the importance of sound science in our criminal justice system. The Innocence Project works to exonerate people who've been wrongfully convicted of serious crimes. Since 1992, 349 men and women have been exonerated using DNA evidence that proves their innocence. That's 349 people who collectively served 4,762 years in prison for crimes they did not commit. They're finally freed. That's the power of science getting it right. But these cases have also taught us that it's problems in forensic science that contributed to 46% of these wrongful convictions. Problems that include unreliable and invalid methods, exaggerated and misleading testimony, simple mistakes and outright fraud. That's almost half of the cases in which something that passes itself off as science got it wrong. We call upon our federal government to fund the scientific, foundational, validation research that's needed to make sure that forensic science is sound science. We need everyone in our criminal justice system, our police, our prosecutors, our defense attorneys, our judges and juries to be able to make decisions based on sound science. A system that is seeking truth and justice should demand nothing less. We are proud to join with you today in Washington, in New York, across the country, and around the nation as we all stand up for science.
I love that walk-on music. It's real foreboding. Anyway, thank you, everyone. You're still here, even though it's raining. Rain is beautiful. Give it up for Glenda. Very interesting points. And for everyone that spoke earlier, without science, we are truly operating blindly. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage a very, very, very special artist who pioneered the New Wave movement in the early 80s. for those millennials that don't know, that's pop music that incorporates electronic instruments. His work covers a wide range of musical styles and moods, and he is also a technology entrepreneur in Silicon Valley, and he's the musical director of the Tech Conference, and unknown to most as a professor at Johns Hopkins University. So the bottom line is that he actually fits in with our lineup of talented musicians and accomplished scientists. In fact, so much that he's been blinding us with his sounds for more than 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Thomas Science Dolby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Thomas Dolby. Ow!
She blinded me with science. She blinded me with science. Found me in biology. When she's dancing next to me.
Yes, science.
I can hear machinery. It's poetry in motion. And now she's making love to me. This feathering emotion. The elements in harmony. She blinded me with science. And hit me with technology. I don't believe it! There she goes again! She's tied it up and I can't find anything! All my tubes and wires and careful notes and nasty crazy notions. It's poetry in motion. And when she turned her eyes to me, as deep as any ocean, as sweet as any harmony, she blinded me with science. She blinded me with
Mr. Thomas Dolby, everybody! Blinding me with science!
Science! Thomas Dolby, everybody. All right, guys. I am really, really excited to be here today, and I think I want to do a little experiment with you for my own selfish reasons. I'm standing here in front of an incredible crowd of science lovers. Here on the National Mall in DC, in the pouring rain, you came out to support this cause. I can see the White House right there in the background. I think what I want to do is I want to take like the biggest selfie ever. So do you think you guys could smile for me? All right, now I want you to do the same thing. Everybody take out your phones. The incredible technology that you have in your hand, these mini computers built and based upon science. And take yourself a huge group selfie. Let's do it. Yeah. All right, guys, now don't forget to tag those photos. March for Science and Earth Day 2017. And remember, guys, nothing is untouched by science. It is everywhere. And it pops up in places that you'd least expect. You know, art is at the root of much of our understanding about science. Yeah. It's Da Vinci's illustrations of the human body. It's Charles Darwin's sketches of biodiversity in the Galapagos. And yeah. And science has produced great art, as our next speaker, the poet Jane Hirschfield, can attest to.
Hi, I'm Jane Hirschfield. On January 25th, when the federal scientists were told to be silent, this march was first conceived by that afternoon, and by that afternoon I began writing the poem I'm about to read you. On the fifth day, the scientists who studied the rivers were forbidden to speak or to study the rivers. The scientists who studied the air were told not to speak of the air, and the ones who worked for the farmers were silenced, and the ones who worked for the bees. Someone from deep in the Badlands began posting facts. The facts were told not to speak and were taken away. Now it was only the rivers that spoke of the rivers and only the wind that spoke of the bees, while the unpausing factual buds of the fruit trees continued to move toward their fruit. The silence spoke loudly of silence, and the rivers kept speaking of rivers, of boulders and air. In gravity, earless and tongueless, the untested rivers kept speaking. Bus drivers, shelf stockers, code writers, machinists, accountants, lab techs, cellists kept speaking. They spoke the fifth day of silence.
Hello, science lovers. I'm Dee Lawrence. I'm from Cool Effect.
a nonprofit organization that my husband Richard and I founded in 2015 to help individuals reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. Our story begins with Dr. James Hansen, my climate hero since 1988. And here we are today, and we're hearing things like, climate change is a hoax. Global warming is not real. Do you believe this? Okay, so what do we do about it? We don't believe it, so what do we do about it? Number one, we three things. Keep using advanced science to find innovative solutions. We're doing what each one of us can, like riding a bike or putting solar in our houses. And three, we're supporting technologies that are scientifically proven to reduce CO2 emissions. So that brings me to our story. 15 years ago, in a little schoolroom medical clinic in rural Honduras, we saw lots of women and children suffering from respiratory illness and breathing on nebulizers. Why? Because they cooked their food over wood fires and they were breathing toxic, poisonous smoke. We found a scientifically engineered cook stove that removed smoke from homes. And they burn less wood, thereby reducing CO2 emissions. This gave rise to our stove project called Proyecto Mirador. We built 141,000 stoves. We've helped 500,000 people breathe less smoke, and we've verifiably reduced over 1 million tons of CO2. Wow, science at work! Now it's your turn, okay? Okay, so happy Earth Day. Remember Cool Effect. Celebrate this with action, not frustration. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Kirshenbaum with Science Debate. Late last year, I looked down at the brand newness of my newborn son as he was placed in my arms, and I wondered what the world would be like when he was my age. Will he be protected from mercury to stay healthy into adulthood? Will he become increasingly accustomed to conflict in the face of climate change? Will we be so used to alternative facts that they'll go unchallenged? I truly hope not. But maybe we'll invest in education, medicine, technology. We'll cure diseases. We'll curb deforestation. We'll save species. We have so much potential if we invest in what matters most, our future. I'm so glad you're here today, but what's most important isn't the march, it's what happens next. Our real work starts now. Are you ready? We have so much to do over the coming years, so when you go back home, stay involved. That means visiting your local schools, community centers, libraries. Telling your story, sharing why science is so crucial to who we are, how we live, and please take time to listen. I know a bright future is possible for my baby and his big brother and every child in America and around the world. Our kids are counting on us. They can't wait for another time, a different administration. They're counting on us, so get to work. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Roger Johnson, a farmer in the National Farmers Union. We have 200,000 family farmers and ranchers who are members of Farmers Union across the country. Thank you for standing up for science. You see, farmers rely on sound science and public research to maintain the stability of the food system. This includes ensuring we have effective plant varieties, safe and reliable crop protection, healthy soil, and important weather information to produce adequate, reliable harvests. We need science, especially in light of the threat of climate change, which is already drastically altering the way we produce your food. Publicly funded, independent, and peer-reviewed research is more important now than ever before. While important, corporate interests should not be dictating what is studied. Too often, that is the case. Our public funding for research is now being outpaced by China, Western Europe, and the Asia-Pacific region countries. As the breadbasket of the world, America should be leading, not lagging, in this space. Facts and science must inform public policy, not the other way around. Unfortunately, too often, that has now been the case. Research needs to inform public policy. Our food system, health, safety, economy, and the government rely upon it. Thank you for standing up for.
Hello, my name is Timothy Inglesby. I'm Executive Director of Firefighters United for Safety, Ethics, and Ecology. And I want to talk about the critical importance of science in wildfire management. 50 years ago, we created some of the first research labs to study fire and apply scientific research in fire management. Since then, we've made amazing discoveries about the vital ecological role of fire. And we've developed powerful technology to map, model, and monitor wildfires, improving safety for firefighters. But today we face a new challenge, climate change. It makes wildfires ignite more easily, burn much more rapidly, and burn longer throughout the year. Firefighters are now increasingly caught between the unstoppable force of wildfire and the immovable objects of homes and communities. In this explosive matter, antimatter mix, predictable tragedies of firefighter fatalities and destroyed homes happen. Now more than ever, we need the best available climate science and fire ecology research because we know that wildfire policies devoid of or in defiance of ecological science puts firefighters at greater risk and harms America's wildlands. But instead, we have an administration and Congress that rejects scientific findings that conflict with their ideology or special interests, that wants to slash funding for research and tries but fails to silence scientists. Science should need no defense, but it's great to see so many science defenders willing to stand up, speak out, and march for science. As Smokey Bear says, only you can prevent science from being silenced. Thank you very much.
Greetings, fellow citizens. We are marching today to remind people everywhere, our lawmakers especially, of the significance of science for our health and prosperity. The process of science has enabled humankind to discover the laws of nature. This understanding has in turn enabled us to feed and care for the world's billions, build great cities, establish effective governments, create global transportation systems, explore outer space, and know the cosmos. The framers of the Constitution of the United States, which has become a model for constitutional governments everywhere, included Article 1, Section 8, which refers to promoting the progress of science and useful arts. Its intent is to motivate innovators and drive the economy by means of just laws. They knew that without the progress of science and useful arts, of engineering, our economy would falter. Without scientifically literate citizens, the United States, any country in fact, cannot compete on the world stage. Yet today we have a great many lawmakers, not just here, but around the world, deliberately ignoring
and actively suppressing science. Their inclination is misguided and in no one's best interest. Our lives are in every way improved by having clean water, reliable electricity, and access to electronic global information. Each is a product of scientific discoveries, diligent research, and thoughtful engineering. These vital services are connected to policy issues, which can only be addressed competently by understanding the natural laws in play. Some may consider science the purview of a special or separate type of citizen, one who pursues natural facts and generates numerical models for their own sakes. But our numbers here today show the world that science is for all. Our lawmakers must know and accept that science serves every one of us, every citizen of every nation and society. Science must shape policy. Science is universal. Science brings out the best in us. With an informed, optimistic view of the future, together, we can, dare I say it, save the world! Thank you. Science!
Yeah. Now that's what you call dropping science. Give it up for Bill Nye, ladies and gentlemen. I've been told to keep it very brief. We're running behind time a little bit, so I just want to say, coming up next, amazing, amazing, amazing singer, incomparable. One of the best. She's worked with so many of the greats, the late Prince Rogers Nelson, and also chosen to sing with Michael Jackson during his This Is It run. I wanted you to give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Judith. Are you okay? I didn't mean to blast you like that. And she signed it too, that's amazing. Anyway, give it up, ladies and gentlemen. That's not funny. For Judith Hill, ladies and gentlemen.
To We are powerful in numbers. All of you guys matter. Us coming together is what's gonna make that change. We can rule the world. We can. We will. We will. Give love to this nation. Give love to our planet, to planet Earth. Freedom! 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 Yeah, 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 God bless you.
Wow. That was fantastic. Thank you, everyone. Happy Earth Day! Let me hear it. Happy Earth Day! Today, in fact, marks the 47th anniversary of Earth Day. It began back in 1970, and we're about to hear from the man who made it happen. That man is Dennis Hayes. Not only did he lead the first Earth Day, he was an early supporter of solar way back when Jimmy Carter was president. In fact, he headed the Federal Solar Energy Research Institute. And now he's the head of the Bullitt Foundation, and he's just built what's been called the greenest building in the world in Seattle, Washington. He's considered one of the most influential people in America. And I'm really proud to introduce him, but first, we're going to watch a short clip of his achievements. Let's take a look.
Mayor Lindsay had shut down Fifth Avenue, and we basically filled it all up.
Earth Day demonstrations began in practically every city and town in the United States this morning, the first massive nationwide protest against the pollution of the environment.
Nationally, Earth Day was the largest demonstration ever in American history, and we had an estimated 20 million across the country.
We are challenging the ethics of a society that with only 6% of the world's population accounts for more than half of its utilization of resources. We are systematically destroying our land, our streams, and our seas.
It was a huge, high adrenaline effort that in the end genuinely changed things. Before, there were people that opposed freeways, there were people that opposed clear-cutting, or people worried about pesticides. They didn't think of themselves as having anything in common. After Earth Day, they were all part of an environmental movement.
This is a science march, so I assume you all knew there was going to be a quiz. This is about last November's election. Did America somehow vote to melt the polar ice caps and kill the coral reefs and acidify the oceans? Did we vote to reduce the EPA's research budget by a whopping 42%? Did we vote to defund safe drinking water by 1/3? Did we vote to eliminate environmental work in Chesapeake Bay and San Francisco Bay and Puget Sound and the Gulf of Mexico and the Great Lakes? Well, that's what we got. "47 years ago, on the first Earth Day, 20 million regular, everyday Americans, including millions of angry students, rose up and stormed the political stage and demanded a clean, healthy, just, resilient environment. 47 years later, to my astonishment, we're back in the same spot. We've got a president, a vice president, a cabinet, and the leadership of both houses of Congress who are all climate deniers. They are scrubbing climate change from federal websites and ordering federal employees not to use the words global warming in any communication. This is not conservative politics. This is the Inquisition gunning for Galileo. It's now crystal clear that the man who lives right there did not come here to drain the swamp. He's filling the swamp to overflowing with conflicts of interest, with a White House that reeks of greed and sleaze and mendacity. America has had 45 presidents, but we have never before had a president who was completely indifferent to the truth. Donald Trump makes Richard Nixon look like Diogenes. We are racing now toward a climate cliff, and our coal-loving president is punching the accelerator, and so millions of us are marching across America and around the world. Our job is clear. Today is the first step in a long-term battle for scientific integrity, a battle for transparency, a battle for survival. So don't leave here thinking that you came out in the rain, all of you, this awesome crowd, standing in the rain, freezing, and thinking, now you've done your part. Because you haven't, not yet. Like that first Earth Day, this Earth Day is just the beginning. And in that battle, losing is not an option, because if we lose this fight, we will pass on a desolate, impoverished planet for the next 100 generations. I'm old enough that I can remember when people all over the earth saw America as the world's best hope. Today, right here, right now, all of you, let's commit ourselves to becoming the world's best hope again.
Dennis Hayes, everyone. Our next speaker is an artist, a sculptor, an architect, an educator. Her name is Maya Lin. And she has designed all manner of art and structure, including the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, the Civil Rights Memorial, and the Women's Table at Yale. And her works have moved audiences around the world with her use of natural elements to spark intimate conversations. Her passion and dedication to the environment are highlighted in her exhibit, What is Missing? It's a multimedia, multi-location project that focuses on habitat loss, endangered species, and extinction. That's right. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient, Maya Lin.
Happy Earth Day. Hello, my name is Maya Lin. I'm an artist and environmentalist. In my work, I reveal aspects of the natural world that you may not be aware of. And in my memorials, I want the viewer to remember and learn from our past in order to help shape a better tomorrow. This Earth Day, I want to tell you about what will be my last memorial. It is called What is Missing, introduced in the video you just saw. It is a wake-up call and a call to action to what scientists are labeling the 6th mass extinction of species now underway. It raises awareness of what we are losing, but also imagines plausible future scenarios that balance our needs with that of nature. Imagine, by protecting and restoring forests, wetlands, and other habitats, we can both protect species and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And with science and technology, we can make huge strides in reducing emissions in countries, communities, and companies around the globe and fulfill the promise of the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement. But we are at a dangerous moment in our nation's history when science and scientists are under attack, where the very words climate change are being censored, and where what should be our best defense against climate change, our incredible ability to use our minds and our incredible problem-solving abilities, are being thwarted and defunded. Let's make sure that the answer to what is missing is not science. Let's demand this Earth Day that our country uses its vast scientific resources to create a future that is safe for us and the rest of the species sharing this wondrous planet. Thank you.
Everybody doing today? My name is Lawrence Bennons and I'm from New York. I'm here to talk about knowledge sharing and community engagement. A friend of mine loves plants. She noticed these little green things on the leaves of the plants and she looked them up in a book. They're called aphids and they're pests. And she had some ladybugs in her house. And she knew from previous research that the ladybugs eat aphids. So she put the ladybugs on the plants. That's bad news for the aphids, but really good news for the plants and ladybugs. That's knowledge in action. Then she told me about it. She told her friends. When you read stuff and learn something, tell someone else. There is no clickbait in books. Community engagement. I'm preaching to the converted. You're here. But when you go back to wherever you came from, go to City Hall and make sure that your drinking water is healthy. Making the world a better place requires persistence. And speaking of making the world a better place, a lot of people want to change the world. I'm glad some of them didn't, like Stalin, Napoleon. Making the world a better place is what matters. Communicate in your community. What can you do about all the fossil fuels and the drought? You can do this. Turn off your computers before you go to sleep at night. Don't put your computer to sleep. It's not sleeping. It's sucking the energy out of the world. Turn off the water when you brush your teeth. Recycle and just say no to plastic bags. On their deathbeds, people don't wish they'd spent more time on Instagram. They'd wish they'd done more stuff. Like you all being here today is wonderful. But wait, March for Science shouldn't it have been in March? It's in April because it's later than you think. This is Earth Day, but every day is Earth Day because that's where we are every day. So I want you to share more, learn more, and think more. Keep on marching and keep on dancing.
So happy Earth Day, everybody. And think rainforest, right? So when I was pretty young, I was interested mostly in things like skunks and snakes. And before I was 15, I learned about the variety of life on Earth, and I've never been able to get enough of it ever since. That's what we call biodiversity. The millions of species with whom we share this planet. And before the first Earth Day, I actually had a chance to go to the Amazon rainforest, one of the most biologically rich places on the planet. And I'm always on my way to the Amazon. And we now understand much more how important and fragile these forests are. It's been fabulous to work with scientists worldwide to increase our knowledge of biodiversity. And I've been delighted to work with scientists of every discipline to encourage effective action to protect our environment. It is clear that American leadership in science has made a real difference. And there are many other obviously important efforts going on worldwide. I know we can save the rainforests and a planet that can continue to nurture humans and other forms of life. I am, of course, dismayed by the unprecedented level of disdain for science and the environment we've seen recently, but I am so encouraged by seeing all of you here today standing up for science. Science is essential for a great America and for our shared future. We need more science, not less. More science.
From Flint, Michigan, and it is great to be here. And I am here to tell you that the Flint water crisis is not over. We still cannot drink unfiltered water from our taps. So Flint is what happens when we dismiss science. Flint is what happens when we dismiss experts. Flint is what happens when we dismiss people. Flint is what happens when saving money is more important than public health. I am a pediatrician, and every day I use science to protect and restore the health of my patients, my kids. And about a year ago, my research proved that our contaminated water in Flint was leaching lead into the bodies of our children. And I took a risk. I walked out of my clinic to speak up publicly for my kids. Thank you. And I was attacked. But when you are fighting for children, you fight back. And I was loud, and I was stubborn, and science spoke truth to power. Science is not an alternative fact, and it is time for all of us to fight back against those who deny science and those who degrade science. It is time for all of us to step out of our clinics, our classrooms, and labs. We need to make ourselves known into the halls of government. We need to hear all of your voices. Today, I march for science. And today, I march for our Flint kids. I am marching for our smart, our strong, our resilient, our beautiful Flint kids. They inspire me to continue to use science every day to make sure that their tomorrows are bright as ever. And I want you to meet one of our amazing Flint kids. And I hope that she and little girls just like her become scientists. But this little one has her eyes on that house, the White House, in 2044. So I want you guys to give a warm welcome to Mari Kopeny, also known to the world as Little Miss Flint.
Thank you, Dr. Mona. My name is Mari. I am a Flint kid, and I believe in science because Flint kids are smart, and we're brave, and most of all, we're strong. We knew something was wrong with our water. It was brown, and it smelled weird and tasted gross. It was burning my skin and giving me and my family rashes. My family and my neighbors knew something was wrong, but our state didn't want to believe in science. They didn't want to listen to us. They said we were wrong, and finally scientists proved that our water was bad and that kids just like me are getting hurt. Over 8,000 kids under age 6 exposed to lead. Listen to me. When we don't believe in science, and especially when our government doesn't believe in science, kids get hurt. That's what happened in Flint. For the sake of Flint kids and for all over this world, I march for science.
Hi everyone, I'm Dan Abrams. I am the Global Director of Earth Day. I'm also a 6-year veteran of EPA. And what's happening out of that building and at EPA pisses me off. This is personal to me and to my 15,000 former colleagues who I admire immensely. Earth Day is all about action, and it's 2017. We need to move beyond changing our light bulbs and recycling our junk mail. Your participation in action like these things today is exactly what we need. We need more of these, and we need to stand strong. If there's one man who understands the power of science and action, it's our next speaker, Albert Yu Min Lin. Dr. Yu Min Lin is a pioneer in harnessing technology and citizen science to crowdsource new discoveries in our world. He has traveled to the most remote corners of the planet and developed incredible new ways to use science and technology to understand, preserve, and protect our common home. Science marchers, please join me in welcoming Albert Yu Min Lin.
It's raining science! I'm Albert Lin, and I am a scientist! What does that mean? To me, it means being an explorer, going into the unknown and then trying to make sense of things. Look, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you today if it wasn't for science. Innovation is science. Why is that important? It's important because our home, our oceans, our atmospheres, they're on these tipping points. And how we innovate now, the decisions that we make now, they don't just determine the near future, they will determine life on planet Earth for the next 10,000 years or more. Yet some polls say around 50% of Americans don't believe in climate change. Or that humans are responsible. We can do better. We are in a battle for science literacy, and that battle will be won or lost in our classrooms. We need to inspire the next generation of scientists to take on these challenges, to be the innovators. I mean, kids love science, right? Yet somehow we've seen that by middle school, they start losing interest. We can do better. These days, I'm honored because I work with video game designers, filmmakers, storytellers, educators, kids, scientists, to try to reinvent the way that we teach science. Using current technologies to create virtual worlds that allow you to be at the frontier of discovery, solving real-world challenges like ocean health, climate change, energy production. We have an opportunity, maybe more of a responsibility, to make ours, the greatest scientific generation that this planet has ever seen. And it won't be easy. It won't be for the faint of heart. You know, from Galileo to Jane Goodall, scientists have put their lives on the line. They've been risk takers, rebels, adventurers. An explorer who discovered the Titanic, Bob Ballard, once said, "Science is a full contact sport." And at this juncture in our history, the gloves must come off. I'm Albert Lynn, and I stand with you for science and for our planet.
And for the past several years, I had the most incredible honor to work with President Obama to protect more of the ocean than any president in history. I traveled with him to the middle of the Pacific Ocean to visit an enormous blue park called Papahanaumokuakea, and yes, I can say that 3 times fast. Being there, I felt just like Moana, this incredible pull to the ocean. And as Moana says, see that line where the sky meets the sea? It calls me, but no one knows how far it goes. Well, science tells us how far it goes. While the president was trying to decide whether or not to protect Papahanaumokuakea, scientists discovered the oldest marine organism, black coral, at 1,500 years old. And with all the challenges that the oceans face right now, we need to support science. That is how we will answer the question of whether we can save the wild salmon runs in the Pacific Northwest. That is how we will determine if we can stop bleaching in the Great Barrier Reef, and how we will find the keys to protect our oceans and all of us from the worst impacts of climate change. I'm a mother. I have a son, Charlie, and a daughter, Caroline. And for them, and for all of our children, the most powerful nation in the world cannot turn its back on science. Today, we march to say that science holds the answers to our future, and we will not be ignored. Thank you for being here, and let's make some noise!
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here, Earth Day supporters and Marchers for Science. My name is Leland Melvin. And when I was in 6th grade, my mother gave me an age-inappropriate, non-OSHA certified chemistry set. And I continued to mix chemicals and created the most incredible explosion in her living room, blowing up her living room. That's what got me hooked on science. And I did not dream of becoming an astronaut. I dreamt of becoming an athlete. And fortunately, I got to do both. I went to space 2 times, and I played for the Detroit Lions. They cut me, but you know, that's okay. So in February of 2008, I looked back at the planet from the vantage point of space, and I knew that data and science are important to ensure that we have a sustainable climate, a sustainable planet. But we can't put our heads in the sand and act like it's not there. I realize that what matters are not racial or geographical boundaries, not our money or power. What matters is taking care of our planet, of each other, and of all life. And we need science to light our path and to guide our steps forward. That's why I'm here today. Let's work together as one team on this spaceship we call Earth. And now I want to turn it over to one of my sheroes, the incredible Jamie Rappaport Clark, who is the president of Defenders for Wildlife. Thank you, Jamie.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Leland. Like Leland, I'm a scientist, and I'm fiercely committed to protecting our beautiful blue marble and the entire web of life. It's so great to be here today. Speaking out, speaking up, and marching for science has never been more important to saving endangered wildlife. Because extinction is forever. The Endangered Species Act is an important law that's been hugely effective at saving endangered wildlife. The bald eagle, the California condor, and the Florida manatee. That's why we say no science, no chance. Because science is vital to saving wildlife and the habitats they depend on. Today, the Endangered Species Act is endangered by a Congress and an administration more hostile to wildlife, more hostile to science than any in our memory. Our government leaders want to substitute politics for science. That's very dangerous for wildlife and for our future. Wildlife, the Endangered Species Act, and strong science are worth standing up for. They're worth fighting for. And they're worth marching for. It's time to tell our government, when it comes to extinction, science and facts are literally a matter of life and death. Help us join in a call for action. I'm here today on behalf of 1.2 million members and activists. Defenders of Wildlife is proud to march for science today and to support science every day. Without science, there's no polar bears, there's no monarch butterflies, no red wolves. So goes nature, so goes us. Say it with me, everyone. No science, no chance. No science, no chance. No science, no chance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm about to take you to Jamaica real quick. I want everyone to say, get up. Stand up. Stand up for your rights. It's time to stand up. Like the legend Bob Marley said, get up, stand up for your rights. 35 years ago in Warren County, North Carolina, a small but committed African-American community decided to stand up and say no more. They decided to stand up against dangerous PCBs, a cancer-causing substance in their neighborhood. They decided to stand up to protect their lives, their neighbors, and the lives of the next generation. Today we stand against an administration that places profits over people and tells us that science isn't real, that rolls back regulations that for decades has protected and given people a fighting chance for clean air, clean water, and clean land. Today we must stand for community-based programs that give marginalized communities traction to address the disinvestments that have limited their opportunities for positive change. Today we must support our most vulnerable communities on their journey from surviving to thriving. Today we stand up for Standing Rock to protect and support, that's right, cultures that honor Mother Earth and the lives of our people. Today we stand up for Flint. Today we stand up for Baltimore. Today we stand up for East Chicago, where the devastating effects of lead will have long-term health and economic impacts. Today we stand with 71% of African Americans who live in counties that violate federal air pollution standards, and the 68% of African Americans who live within 30 miles of a coal-fired power plant. Today we stand with Latinos, who are 165% more likely to live in counties with unhealthy levels of power pollution. Today we stand with the 24 million Americans suffering from asthma and who are disproportionately at risk. Today we hold our public officials accountable. Today we stand for justice and make our collective voices heard. Today we stand up and we march. Everyone join me. Everyone say, get up. Get up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up for your rights.
Hi, I'm Sam Droege, the bee guy. I just realized that if all the bees disappeared, there's tons of unemployed scientists who'll do the pollination. So here's how it works. These are all the flowering plants in the world, thousands and thousands of them. They have a relationship, sometimes one-on-one, with thousands and thousands of different bee species. There's more than honeybees out there. You lose some of these plant species, you lose a whole chunk of bee species. The system works like this. They encapsulate the earth, the bees and the plants. Without them, you have little to nothing to live for. So here's what you need to do. You need to harbor all the natural areas that are the bank of plant biodiversity with their bees that keep it together. And personally, this is what you need to do. You're an activist. You probably have a lawn. You need to de-lawnify the world. Lawn's contribution is 0 to negative. I will do a paper on that later. But you can make a difference in just those small different ways. Remember, my favorite quote from Emerson is, "The world laughs in flowers." Thank you.
I see trees green and red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed days and the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow so pretty in the sky, and also other faces of all the people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, and I watch them grow. They'll know much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. What a wonderful world. What a wonderful world. Hey, grab your coat, get your hat, leave your worries on the doorstep. Just direct your feet to the sunny side of the street. Can't you hear the pitter-pat of a happy tune? Is your step, yeah. Life can be so sweet on the sunny side of the street. I used to walk in the shade with my blues on parade. But now I'm not afraid, 'cause this rover done crossed over. And if I never have a red cent, I'll be rich as the Rockefellers, with gold dust at my feet. Let me hear you. Yeah, da da da, no do dee da, da da dee da, da 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 da. blow your horn. Everybody put it right here now. Everybody say, oh, 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 oh. I used to walk in the shade with my blues, they were on parade. But now I'm not afraid. And if I never ever read it, I'll be rich as Donald Trump. With gold dust at my feet, babe, on the sunny side. On the sunny side. The sunny side of the street. Yes, indeed.
Hold on one second. I understand. At the last block before the music.
When I say science, you say rocks. Science! Science! I want you all to give yourself a big round of applause for staying with us through this rain. I can still see people streaming into the mall. It's incredible. And we are just about to march for science. This is our last speaker set coming up. So of course we got to deal with the biggest issue right now, which is climate change. And to lead off the set, we have one of the pioneers, a pioneering climate scientist, Professor Michael Mann from Penn State University. Now, Professor Mann was the first researcher, amongst the first researchers to produce the hockey stick graph of global temperatures. And he has been a tireless advocate for communicating climate scientists to the public, and that has brought him under fire from doubters and deniers. So please give a big, warm welcome for Professor Michael Mann.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am a climate scientist. I'm also an author. My most recent book, co-authored with Washington Post cartoonist Tom Tolles, is entitled The Madhouse Effect: How Climate Change Denial is Threatening Our Planet, Destroying Our Politics, and Driving Us Crazy. Well, in 1984, I headed off to Berkeley, a hotbed of activism. Not to demonstrate or protest, but to study applied math and physics amongst some of the world's leading scientists. Ironically, that path was the one that led me to become a combatant in a fierce political fight. I went on to study physics in graduate school and then into climate research. My path of discovery led me to publish the now iconic hockey stick curve in the late 1990s. Thank you. The hockey stick curve tells a visual story that the current warming spike is unprecedented as far back as we can go, and it's our continued burning of fossil fuels that's the culprit. Fossil fuel interests, along with front groups and politicians doing their bidding, attacked it and me. Despite dozens of independent confirmations of my findings by the National Academy of Sciences and many others, the effort to discredit this research and to discredit me personally continued. I was initially reluctant to be at the center of the fractious public debate over human-caused climate change, but I ultimately came to embrace that role. I've become convinced that there's no more noble pursuit than seeking to ensure that policy is informed by an objective assessment of scientific evidence. And so here we are at a crossroads. Never before have we witnessed science under the kind of assault it is right now. Never before have we needed science more to deal with a changing climate. All of us who care about science and our planet must now make our voices heard. And indeed, today, the entire world is listening. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm James Balog. I am a patriot. I fight for spacious skies. I fight for amber waves of grain, for Purple Mountain's majesty. You all are patriots. But I do that by being a photographer, filmmaker, and scientist. We have met here today where a great battle for the minds, body, and soul of this country is being fought. Among other things, it is a battle between objective reality and ideological fiction. My team and I have collected visual evidence of the epic changes sweeping the earth today. I've seen how burning coal, oil, and gas cooks the air we breathe. I've seen how that altered air heats our forests until they explode in fireballs and homes burn down. I've seen through more than 1 million frames of time-lapse photography how trillions of tons of glacier ice are melting. I've seen that meltwater enter the seas and flood the coastlines of America. Nature isn't natural anymore. You and I and all 7.5 billion of us are changing the climate. It's what the real world evidence says. But you know, there's good news too. Each one of us can use our voices and our choices to take us down the road to a better future. I submit to you that we the people have an inalienable right, not just to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but to clean air, clean water, and a stable climate. Our survival demands it, and our children deserve it. And so, empowered by evidence and real world's truth, we shall fight for spacious skies. We shall fight for amber waves of grain. We shall fight for majestic mountains, and we shall march on these streets. We shall never, ever surrender. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mark Torsick from the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for being here today. It's great to be here with all of you, celebrating and defending the role of science in making the world a better place. And it's great to be here on Capitol Hill at the Nature Conservancy. We say, why should science be a partisan issue? Science protects everyone. Science provides us the clean air we breathe, the water we drink, the soil that grows our food, the coastlines that protects us from storms, and the tools to address the biggest challenge of all, climate change. This is no time to reduce investments in science. And by the way, there's reason for hope. Anybody who's my age will remember the 1970s. We had a real air pollution issue. Today the air is clean. You'll remember in the 70s, the air was so bad, the Clean Air Act was introduced. The auto industry said this will never work. It will cost billions of dollars. It will cost millions of jobs. But thanks to political pressure, that means you, and today too, the Clean Air Act was passed. And then science and industry got to work. Unleaded gasoline was quickly developed. The catalytic converter was invented. Today's cars are 99% cleaner than they were in 1970, and we enjoy clean air. We can do that again. We can do it now, but we need to do it here in Capitol Hill, and we need to ask all of you to engage in politics. Some people don't like politics anymore. They say the government is dysfunctional. Get over that. I don't like politics either, but I've learned our elected officials really will listen to you. So please speak up. Vote. Call your congressman. Speak up. We can do it. Thank you very much. Go science!
By show of hands, how many of you guys believe that global warming is actually real, that temperatures are increasing? there were scientists who kind of made this connection that carbon dioxide was this thermostat, right? You crank up carbon dioxide, you crank up temperature, you crank down carbon dioxide, you crank down the temperature.
Hello, I'm Heidi Cullen, and I am marching in the rain today because I believe science is something that we need to defend. We need to defend science because science protects us. I'm a scientist by training, but I got my start as a science educator at the Weather Channel, where we created the first TV show focused on climate. We wanted to help people understand why climate change is a problem, but we also wanted to look at how to solve it, because that's what science is all about, elegantly solving problems. Case in point, our country's deadliest natural disaster hit Galveston, Texas. It was a hurricane in the year 1900. Back then, the problem was that we didn't have the tools to see it coming. As a result, our country made a commitment to invest in science and technology and build the best science infrastructure in the world. And today, that science, that technology saves lives. But there are many more problems to solve, urgent problems like climate change. Climate change brings with it many threats. The most immediate and costly is extreme weather. Floods, hurricanes, droughts, wildfires. We need to be able to predict those changing extremes, but we can't predict what we don't observe and study. And that's why we must protect the agencies, the programs, the scientists, and the engineers who are working to protect the air we breathe and the oceans that we fish in, that keep our natural beauty in check, and that really keep our communities and our families safe, because strong science means a strong American economy. It makes our world more livable and more beautiful for our children, and it keeps all of us safe. So I am so proud to march with all of you today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Brooke Bateman from the National Audubon Society, and I love birds and science. I grew up visiting my grandparents in northern Wisconsin, and I will never forget seeing bald eagles. At the time, I wondered, why can't I see bald eagles everywhere? As the proverbial canary in the coal mine, birds like the eagle were telling us that our actions were taking a toll on our wildlife and our wild places. This is because birds are our messengers. They show us when our world is changing. At the time of the first Earth Day, toxic pesticides and the destruction of habitats took a toll on the bald eagle and other majestic birds. Scientists and concerned community members working together made our leaders pay attention to science. Our environment got healthier, and the eagle and the other birds came back. So what are the birds telling us today? The birds I study, like the eastern meadowlark, are telling us that our grasslands, our coastlines, our rivers, the Arctic, our other critical ecosystems are in danger. The common loon is telling us that environmental pollution is once again taking its toll. And birds, like the wood thrush, are telling us that our climate is changing. Birds' ranges are already shifting and shrinking, and seasonal timings are unraveling. Birds don't have a political party. It's time once again for scientists and community to come together and to listen to what the birds are telling us. We must embrace our values and demand that our government use science to protect birds, other wildlife, and the places they live as our legacy for our future generations. Although birds are our messengers, We need to be their voice, to keep science forefront in our policies, because we know when we protect the birds, we protect the earth that we all share. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Julia Olson with Our Children's Trust, and I'm a lawyer who loves science. Did you know you have a constitutionally protected right to a climate system capable of sustaining human life? Well, you do, and it's thanks to 21 young people from around the country who are suing the Trump administration and the entire fossil fuel industry. What could be the trial of the century will start in federal court this year in Eugene, Oregon. And we are asking a judge to order the implementation of a national plan aimed at returning carbon dioxide levels to 350 parts per million. Climate science will get its day in court where facts are facts and where alternative facts are perjury. We need you all. Stand with us. Get your family and friends and your favorite scientists to stand with us. This case is Juliana versus the United States of America. Thank you. Woo!
Rachel's here. I need the computer. All right, let me know if there's not going to be music.
Hello. So, you're here because you value science. I'm here because I value science for everything it's done to bring us to this moment and everything it's going to do for us for the next 30 to 50 years so that we can live more fairly on this planet cleanly. I'm here because of my son Daniel and my daughter Nia, and I'm here because both of their grandfathers are engineers. Science shows us the way forward. It provides us with the bedrock upon which we create the opportunities and so that we can understand the risks. Science has made it possible to provide renewable energy to people who live close to $2 a day across the world. Science has made it possible to capture emissions from steel and cement plants and to grow stone from that carbon dioxide. Science has made it possible to grow peanuts that can withstand heat and drought and which can short crop, provide nutrition with added vitamins and minerals. Science has made it possible to travel in safe, driverless electric cars in cities where buildings store energy. Science makes it possible to get a health consultation over your cell phone 1,000 miles from a doctor. Science is going to make it possible to have decentralized, decarbonized, digitalized energy that provides energy access for everyone. Science makes it possible that we don't leave anyone behind when we build the cleaner, fairer future for all. We should derive confidence from science. Confidence to make decisions now that will spur us forward. Sustainable energy for all is dignity for all. Science will provide a pathway for dignity. Thank you.
I'm Elena Height, and I am an athlete for the Earth. I've been traveling as a professional snowboarder for 14 years. Growing up in the mountains, I've been blessed to have always been connected to the environment. What I've seen over the past decade is winters getting shorter, snowfall decreasing, and strange weather patterns. We're either seeing rain or droughts or very large amounts of snowfall. For me and other snowboarders, we rely on snow for our passion, our love of the sport, and also for our careers. So we are very connected to how the human footprint affects the earth. It's a huge discussion in my community. My commitment to the environment comes out in the lifestyle choices I make, ultimately living my life mindfully. I do my best to use a refillable water bottle and always have one with me. Everything makes a big difference. All of the little things add up. We need the big things too. We need our leaders to understand how important the earth is and what they can do to help the crisis. I'm Elena Height and I am an athlete for the earth. Join me.
Welcome, fellow nerds, to Nerd Heaven, Nerd Asgard, and home of the Department of Energy, where I worked for 5 years on clean energy, what I like to call Nerd Power. Nerd Power is a solution to climate change. I'm Joe Rome, physicist and founder of climateprogress.org. My motto is, science is my passion, politics my duty. That quote is from one of the 3 nerd presidents remembered on the mall. But it's not from Lincoln, the only president nerdy enough to receive a patent. He even created the National Academy of Sciences to give him nerd advice. Nor is it from George Washington, a math and geometry nerd, what we would call today a STEM professional, who at age 17 became America's first county surveyor. As president, he said jobs like surveyor general needed, quote, scientific qualifications. He was so nerdy. In the first ever State of the Union address, he told Congress, there is nothing which can better deserve your patronage than the promotion of science and literature. It's Thomas Jefferson who said, science is my passion, politics my duty. He was president of America's oldest scientific society for 2 decades during the entire time he was vice president and president. He was so nerdy, he wrote a letter pointing out a math error in Newton's Principia, and you can Google it, and it is the nerdiest thing you've ever seen. One historian calls the Declaration of Independence a scientific paper whose open is Newtonian. We hold these truths to be self-evident. They were evident because you could see them and you could use your reason to figure them out. So nerds were crucial to founding and building this country. Nerds can do anything if we work together. We can save the climate with nerd power, but only if we defend science from attack. After all, climate change is reality, not reality TV. So the next time someone tells you science and politics don't mix, tell them about Washington, Lincoln, and Jefferson. I'm here with my daughter, Antonia, who was here with me on Earth Day 7 years ago when I could pick her up, and her friend Isabel. And I'll just leave by saying, live long and prosper, nerds. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nerd power.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you for being here. It's so good to be here. As you know, I was born a long, long time ago in a country far, far away in Iran. And I loved going to space. The night sky was my playing ground. I imagined myself flying through the galaxies on board Starship Enterprise as a science officer always. And I even wanted to meet all those aliens and prayed that one day they would come and abduct me. As you can see, I'm still here, so my prayers haven't been answered yet. When I came to US, I didn't speak English, The only class when I enrolled in high school that I enjoyed was calculus because they spoke the universal language of math. My education and science is what opened up a whole new world to me. It allowed me to be an engineer, an entrepreneur, and eventually to realize my biggest dream of all, to go to space and be an astronaut. The language of science knows no race, no gender, no religion. It doesn't discriminate based on where you live or based on whether you're poor or wealthy. The apple falls from the tree under the same laws and accelerates the same way whether it's in the US or in Iran. That is why I love science. That is why I chose to be an engineer, to find solutions, to solve puzzles, and find solutions for the greatest challenges that humanity faces. I had the privilege of spending 11 glorious days on board International Space Station and to see our planet from up there. I can tell you, there is no word that can describe it. Our blue planet, it's so beautiful in the background, in the dark background of the universe. And it allows you to really, truly believe and see that there are no borders, that we have one home, a very fragile home that we need to protect. And it takes all of us to protect it. Science teaches us how to test and find the truth. It gives us power to break all barriers, to reach beyond the stars. I'm here today and supporting this march because I want to make sure our future generation even has better opportunities to reach their dreams and that we have a beautiful planet and a great future for all of them. Thank you for being here.
Great. I'm Rush Holt, the CEO of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the world's largest general science organization. We march today to affirm to all the world that science is relevant, useful, exciting, and beautiful, that science is too important to people's lives to be denied or downgraded. As a professor of physics and later administrator of a national lab, I learned that science is the cleverest way ever invented to learn how things actually work. The stars, the earth, biological systems, and people. And I learned that science needs certain conditions to thrive. Free exchange of ideas, freedom to travel and collaborate, diversity of people and perspectives, and ample public funding. These conditions are threatened today and we must defend them. 20 years ago, I did something my science colleagues called crazy. I ran for Congress. Over 16 years working down the mall here, I saw that evidence should not be optional. Good policies start with an understanding of how things actually are. Today, thousands of people from all walks of life, all over the world, are saying that evidence verified by science is the only reliable way to make public policy. Policy that touches our lives in every way: health and economics and environment and transportation and security. Science doesn't replace personal faith or humane studies or poetry, but in all public matters, decisions should be based on evidence, not wishful thinking or rigid ideology. Science is society's best friend. Science is our government's best friend. Science is civilization's best friend. Science belongs to all people. Going forward, let's multiply the benefits that come from thinking like a scientist. When we engage with public leaders, let us all ask this question: what is the evidence? Thank you.
I'm Amy Purdy, and I'm an athlete for the Earth. Ever since I was little, I've been a huge advocate for the environment. It's our home. I'm a snowboarder, so I'm always looking at the weather and notice it every day. I'm aware when there's no snow when there's supposed to be, or when there's suddenly a huge amount of snow. I have to be aware. I'm aware of the trash that we produce as humans, so I'm trying to be conscious as I can, minimizing the amount of trash that I create. I live in the mountains, so if I see trash on the side of the road, I pick it up and I recycle it. And it's easy to be aware. It's just about making smarter decisions. It's up to us to take care of our environment. Like every person, I can leave a negative or a positive footprint. I try to make mine positive. It's not that hard to think on a bigger scale and not just think of ourselves. We need to think of our planet. We need to think of our home. I'm Amy Purdy, and I'm an athlete for the Earth. Join me.
Hey, are you almost ready to march? Are you sure? Okay, we have one more speaker. Her name is Christiana Figueres. I want you to give her the most incredible round of applause. This is the mother of climate change. She ran the UNFCCC, the UN agency that created the climate agreement. She brought the whole world together. Today is the 1-year anniversary of the climate agreement, and here is the person who brought climate change and our future all together in one place, Christiana Figueres.
So hi guys, you've heard a lot this morning. I have 3 questions for you. Are you ready? Because listen up, because these are not easy questions, okay? Not everybody can answer them. Question number 1, do you understand that the Earth is round and orbits around the sun? All right, question number 2, do you understand that gravity actually is exerting its physical pull on all of us and on everything on the surface of the Earth? Question number 3, do you understand that climate change is already upon us? And that if we do not do something about it, it is only going to get worse for everyone? All right. Well, then we understand that we actually are at one of the most daunting crossroads in the evolution of human history. We're at the point where we must decide, are we going to ignore science? Or are we going to rise to the call of history and forge a new life on Earth paradigm? This life on Earth paradigm is where nature and humanity support each other. Can we do that? This is where energy is forever renewable and accessible to all. Can we do that? This is where transportation is clean and shared and smart. Can we do that? This is where the land is restored and is again producing the food that we need to provide the food security for those that don't have it today. Can we do that? All right, the good news is, you know that we can do that, but I have to tell you, we're already doing it. It's not a fairy tale. It is not a fairy tale. We already have more than 50% of the energy that was installed in this fantastic country was renewable energy last year. Did you know that Kentucky just decided to put the largest solar farm in the whole state on top of a coal mine? Did you know that China just closed its last coal plant around Beijing? And did you know that India has already announced that it will be at 60% renewable energy within the next 10 years? So we are getting there. We do have the technology. We do have the finance. All we need is the collective intentionality. But my friends, swallow the alarm clock because we cannot be late. Science has established that we must bend the curve of emissions by 2020. That is the challenge of science, and we will rise to that challenge. We must bend the curve by 2020. And we will do that because, frankly, we don't have another option. Now, my friends, for many years, I had a recurrent dream. I had a dream of 7 little pairs of eyes, black eyes always, that looked at me and asked me, "What did you do?" I want to tell you that question I have understood after many years is not a question to me. It's a question to all of us alive today. What did you do? And the answer, my friends, must be that we work together to answer that question in just one way. Not that we did everything that we thought was possible, but that we did everything that we knew was necessary, because in that difference lies the future of mankind. Thank you.
Well, I was wrong. We have one last person who wanted to say something to us. Let me see if I can get it up there. Pope Francis just tweeted at us, so tweet it at you. See if they'll get it up there. There it is. So we'll let him have the last word for now. Thanks.
Everyone's here? Get them all out here. Who's come to say goodbye? Get them out here.
Okay. It is almost time. March, 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 march. So, in wrapping up, I would like to thank all of you for coming out here in the weather to hear our amazing speakers, Derek Muller, Cara Santa Maria, I think, yes, my wonderful co-host. We're going to start a band together after this is done. We'd like to thank the Earth Day Network, the March for Science, and the National Park Service, especially them. We would like to thank the National Park Service for especially putting us right here in proximity of you-know-who. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for, one more time, John Baptiste and Stay Human. March! Actually, we're going to wing something. I hear great drummers in the house, so I don't know. We might do something.
y'all to get the soul clap going. I want y'all to get the soul clap going right here. And I want to see the whole crowd sway. We're going to sway right now. We're going to sway like this here. Left, then right. Left, yes indeed, then right. Left, then right. Say left, then right. Oh yes indeed. Now, keep it going. And I want to see how low, just how low can you go? Now, how low can you go? Now, how low can you go? How low can you go? Jump, jump, everybody, come on! Hey. Are you ready to march? This land is our land. This land is our land. Here we go.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream water. I tell you, this land was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of the highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. Now I saw below me that golden valley, and I said, this land was made for you and me. As I was walking, they tried to stop me. They put up a sign that read, private property. Well, on the backside, you know it said nothing. So it must be that side was made for you and me. One bright sunny morning, in the shadow of a steamer, down by the welfare office, yes, I saw my people. You know they stood hungry, and I stood wondering. I was wondering if this land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. Yeah. Riverside, California. Yeah. Oh, Staten Island. Yeah. Oh, Houston, Texas, yeah. Oh, I'm talking Los Angeles. Yeah. Oh, New Orleans, New Orleans, New Orleans, New Orleans. Flint, Michigan, Flint, Michigan, Flint, Michigan. Oh, this land. Oh, this land. Oh, now this land, 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 this was made for you and me.
Jean Baptiste, stay human! All right, it is time to march. We're starting on Constitution, headed towards the Capitol. We'll stop at 3rd Street in front of the U.S. Capitol. All right, and I just want to say a brief thank you to the people who made this possible. John Dindis, Mark Scarpa, and Pete Shapiro. Thank you all for coming out for March for Science Earth Day 2017. Let's go!
leave for like another like 10